Hello! I'm 5 minutes late for my 1 p.m. start time, but it's close enough. Today is February 23rd of 2019, and today we're going to be working on some polish of setup config format. I implemented the initial version a couple streams ago and have been slowly building the things that I need to finish these issues, and I think we'll tackle at least these three today. These are the easier ones. Later on, I plan to look into alternative CI solutions because not sure if you heard, but Travis CI was acquired, and all the signs point, how do I say this, negatively towards the future of Travis, particularly because Idera, the company that acquired them, tends to either kill off or make their solutions less useful or make them paid only, and kind of want to still be able to use continuous integration on my projects. So I don't want to say new hotness because it's not exactly a new product, but the one I want to look into later today is Azure Pipelines, which is the offering from Microsoft. We recently switched to that on the Talks project, and we're actually looking at it for the PyTest project as well. But I don't know, I'm gonna figure out how this works and try and implement it. I assume it's pretty straightforward because this looks a lot like the same sort of information you'd set up for Travis. The one unfortunate bit is this is like 200 lines long, so hopefully it's not so long. Hey, what's up, Juan? But yes, let me introduce what we're gonna do before then, because this will be later in the stream. I assume the first half of this, the actual coding part, won't take too long. Famous last words. So I made a couple of projects which take classic setup.py and convert them to data. Classic setup.py involves writing a setup.py with some code. Sometimes you read some files and you call this setup function. And the side effects of the setup function are what make a Python package. And this works, it's fine, but it's hard to make automatic refactors to this function because it's code, and rewriting code in Python is, I mean, you can do it, it's just not ideal. And it turns out, as of Setup Tools 30.3, you can do this in data. And I wrote a tool called setup-py upgrade, which takes setup.py and turns it into setup.cfg. So you can see that same setup.py that we were looking at before can be converted into data. And the nice thing about this INI format is it's really easy to automatically rewrite, like add stuff, remove stuff, etc. But then I wanted to take that one step further and kind of normalize and improve the structure and format of this automatically. So I made a tool called setup-cfg-fmt, which I've been working on recently, in the last 5 days, to do some basic refactors. So things like consistent ordering of fields and name normalization, adding long description if you have the right files in the right place, and setting the license if you have it, as well as, I guess, sorting some data. The thing that I worked on last stream was to improve this license identification, and we'll be able to use that today because I shipped it and merged it. So there's now this, in identify, which is the library that Precommit uses to find what files are, there's now this function called license ID, which will identify a license. We'll use that later today. Hey, I know you used to work in C++. Do you know a simple HTTP client lib? Unfortunately, I don't. We weren't, so a lot of the C++ I wrote, we weren't allowed to use third-party libraries because it was for school. And I did once write my own HTTP library. It was awful. Let's see if I can... I think I can find that. It was in EEX 482. Project 5? Maybe Project 4? Oh, where is that? I know I wrote an HTTP library a long time ago. Hey, what's up, Quickfloor? Yeah, it has been quite a while. I miss you. Do you miss me? I do miss you, Quickfloor. Is it personal question time? 482? Oh, I didn't put the, let's see. Yeah, so a long time ago, I wrote my own HTTP library. Where is the client? Responder, maybe? Connections? I don't remember. One of these. What's up, Alpha White Fox? How's your day going? Oh yeah, so here's my crappy HTTP library, which is basically a select loop. I was very politically correct in my comments then. And yeah, why not use asserts for their side effects? Sounds good. But yeah, we compiled all this code with asserts on, so it would not work at all with asserts off. I'm good. Is my keyboard mechanical? What is the model? My keyboard is not mechanical, but it is kind of loud. I go through keyboards pretty often, so I pick really cheap keyboards. So it's actually, let's see, it's actually a Logitech K120. I've just been used to this model, so I continue to buy the same keyboard over and over. I do own a single mechanical keyboard. Let's see if I can... They put it on Twitter? I forget. Yeah, it's wired. I also don't like wireless keyboards because they disconnect a lot and they're really annoying. Let's see, did I take a photo of my keyboard? Is this it? No, it's a Pokemon. Those are ducks. When did I do this? No, this is too far back. It wouldn't have been here. But I did build a keyboard, which, oh, I bet I can get it on Facebook. Let me get a photo of that. How far back was that? But I built a mechanical keyboard from a kit, and it was pretty fun. But you'll about to be super underwhelmed when I show you that keyboard. Oh, here it is. I found it. Nice. So this is my mechanical keyboard. It has precisely 2 keys on it. And the reason I put this together was I use a really crappy keyboard which doesn't have macro keys, and so I wanted 2 macro keys. But what I ended up with is this one turns the LEDs on the keyboard on and off, and this is a play pause button for my music, and I hooked this up at work. I'm good. Classes has started this week. How about you? Well, I'm glad I don't have to go back to school. Let me tell you. Yeah, I guess that's not completely true. School was nice because it was a good like pattern, and you meet a lot of people, and that was pretty nice. But I don't miss the like project deadline stuff. Hi Anthony, I'm from Hungary. Really enjoy your streams. Well, I'm happy to have you. Thanks for stopping by. Mini mechanical keyboard, yeah. But it was pretty easy to put together. The unfortunate thing is it was kind of expensive because like you can't just buy like 2 caps or 2 switches at a time. So I have like a bunch of leftover caps and like a ton of leftover switches. So at least I have parts for the next keyboard that I want. My coworker's joke is that this button should have been, or like I should switch it into Go mode, and then this button is if error does not equal nil, and have my Go macros all set up. But yeah, this is my tiny keyboard. It does what I need it to do, and that's all that really matters. But I probably spent like I think I spent like $20 on the kit, probably like $30 on the switches and like $10 on the keys. So about a $60 project for 2 keys. But I don't know, it was fun. It was easy to assemble also, which was kind of nice. But I think it's my gateway drug into building bigger and better mechanical keyboards. But yeah, so let's get started for today. Setup, config, format. So I have a couple of issues that I want to do today, and most of these are just like fit and finish kind of polish issues, because the initial implementation of this was just like make it work and then make it better later. And the first one is this one. Let me close some tabs because I'm 10 minutes in and I already have 30 tabs. Oh, and if you can't tell, I'm wearing the shirt that's in my GitHub profile today. Setup config format has no alpha sorting option. Yeah, not yet. No options. Patch is welcome. My keyboard is K120. Yes, that is my keyboard. Logitech. Has the website tank forever? Yes, this is my keyboard. Actually, this is the newer version of it because mine doesn't have this curve. Well, I guess it does. It's just not as pronounced. But super cheap keyboard. I don't know. I slam on the keys when I type, and so I break keyboards pretty often. So it's nice for me to be able to go through new keyboards. I use my laptop a lot more than my PC. I kind of switch off. Here's my laptop, actually. It's a Samsung laptop. I use it when I don't want to get out of bed, or when I'm not at my desktop. I guess I also use my work laptop a lot, but that's for work. But I like my desktop because I have nice big screens and I can arrange things how I want. I don't have a PC, so I bought a monitor. A monitor is a good investment. I mean, multiple screens are great. But yeah, I think the first task for today will be to better identify licenses. 'Cause this code is real jank right now. It's like, if MIT license, then it's MIT, and then nothing else. And I'm not going to write a bunch of if statements for that. Do I like ThinkPad laptops? I've never owned a ThinkPad myself, but they look nice and they work well, and they usually have decent specs. So I'm sure they're good laptops. My coworkers at work use them exclusively, and they like them, so I'm sure they're good. Cool, so the first thing to do today is to... Oh, right. It's no longer in setup.py. It's gonna be some muscle memory I'm gonna have to get used to. So the first thing today is to add a dependency to setup config format, which is identify, the thing that figures out licenses. Nano, yes. If you haven't forgotten, I use the newbiest text editor ever. Oh, but I did find someone else who also uses Nano, and they're pretty out there and up there in the programming communities. But she now works at Lyft and sits a couple chairs away from me. Rachel by the Bay, if you've heard of her blog before. But she uses Nano also, so I'm not the only person. It's not just me. But I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, so the one thing that is going to be a learning curve for me is I don't actually know where to put install requires in setup.cfg. I assume it's under options, but I'm going to actually have to look it up, which is unfortunate. Or I'll look at this one, which has a more full example. Looks like it is under options. Apple Jailbreaker uses Nano too. Interesting. And a lot of examples tell you to use Nano because it's pretty much always installed. Like it's part of Debian Minimal. It's installed on macOS by default. It's usually there. Alright, so we need to add install requires. And the library we'll be using is Identify, but the license version. And we need version 1.3, which I just released this morning. This still uses setup.py, but maybe we'll change that later. And so that should get us installing the library we want. Let's write a test for this just to make sure that it works. Let's license if it exists. Right. I still don't know why I use a VM and not dual boot. I've explained it a couple times, but I can explain it again. So I play video games, so I very often use Windows, and I also context switch a lot between writing code and playing games or doing stuff on Windows. And sometimes when I'm developing, I have to context switch between like making sure the code works on Windows and making sure it works on Linux. And rebooting is a lot of like a high cost to context switching, and I generally like to avoid rebooting whenever possible. The other thing is I tend to trash Linux machines a lot, like either like upgrading the kernel and breaking the boot, and like I'm not very good at recovering hardware partitions, but if my VM dies, it's easy for me to just start over and not really care about it, or like roll back to a snapshot or anything like that. Although I don't really do snapshots anymore because it's easy enough for me to just set up a new machine. So what do I think about Cygwin? I've used Cygwin. Do I have it installed? Cygwin. Nope, that's searching Google first, or searching Bing. I binged it. I thought I had Cygwin installed. Maybe not, since I reinstalled my machine. But Cygwin seems nice. A lot of it is kind of a big hack, but it works well enough. Where is that? I must have not moved it over from my old hard drive. But yeah, Cygwin seems like a good idea. The problem is, and it suffers from the same thing that like Arch and Conda and all the other things do, in that its ecosystem is kind of bleeding edge and breaks a lot, I guess. And it doesn't have like all the packages I would want to use. So why would I use a VM and not Cygwin? I don't particularly like the Cygwin terminal. It's not quite up to snuff. Also, it's kind of like this weird gray area between Windows and POSIX, where some things that you would expect to work on POSIX don't really work on Cygwin. But like for everyday stuff, it's pretty good. Oh no, I'd rather use Ubuntu, or I'd rather use Linux. So what we want to do here is add another test for just some other license type. It's basically going to be this same test here, but we need to grab some license here. Can you see my VM setting? Sure. Machine settings. I mean, it's going to be, the text is going to be really small, but I'll read them out for you. So I give it 8 gigs of RAM. I give it 8 gigs of RAM and 5 CPUs, which is more than is suggested, but it seems to work pretty well. I enable PAE NX, and I turn on VTX and nested paging. I give it the maximum amount of video memory. I didn't used to do this, but it seems to make the performance a lot better. And I enable 3D acceleration. When I didn't have this before, it would emulate everything in software, and it would be really, really slow. I don't set up remote display or video capture. my video capturing that I do for streaming is just through OBS, and so it just intercepts the graphics. I have a fixed size storage device. I found that fixed size gives better performance than not. And everything else is not really interesting. Oh, I set up a shared folder so that I can copy stuff in and out of the VM. Why don't I like VMware? It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I haven't used it, so I don't know. I might try and use VMware at some point, but VirtualBox is the current poison that I know. There's no particular reason why. Why or why not? But maybe in the future I'll try VMware, but probably not today. I don't know that VirtualBox is lighter. It's a giant Java process. And like, let's see. Well, it doesn't actually report the usage here, but 156 megs of RAM for just a virtual process managers is kind of a lot. Hey, what's up, Murdisui? How's your day going? Or night, or whatever time it is for you? Sorry about the question. Is it not an option here to write parameterized tests? Yes, it would be possible to use parameterize here. I just felt like I could input and output for this data here, and like that would simplify things. So like, if I were to take these first two tests, I could write something like pytest mark parameterize input as expected. Test rewrite input as expected temperature, and then do this. And then I could take these and put them into tuples in here. And like maybe this is slightly better, and maybe I'll do this. Oh shoot. So then this would be a no-op test, and that would completely replace this first test here. And like that would work, I think. So we set up our virtual env and run it. Yeah, so that works. It helpfully added a trailing comment for me. Maybe we'll do this since it cuts down on some of the copy paste. Although the later tests will still need to exist because they do things like write out a README or set up a license or I guess this one doesn't do anything like that. But yeah, I can we'll refactor these tests. Why not? The thing I tend to want to avoid in tests though is like writing out logic. I guess I don't want to use the word sort. Orders, fields. But yeah, this is something that I can rewrite. Your day's going pretty good. How about you? Can't complain. I went for a 7-mile run this morning, and then started my laundry, and now I'm writing code. So it's a pretty good day for me. Yeah, so when I started my run, I was like, you know, I'm gonna do a 5-mile run that'll be fine. And then I got to the like turnaround point for 5 miles, and I was like, I'm not tired. I'm just gonna go a little bit further. And then I got to the turnaround point for 6 miles, and I was like, hey, you know what? I'll go another half mile. And then I got to the turnaround for 7 miles, and I was like, I'm a little bit tired. I'm gonna go back now. I bet you're not fat, Anthony. I was at one point. Oh boy. There was fat me time. Carrying my laptop. No. How long does it take me to do 7 miles? So, let's see. I didn't actually time it, but my usual running pace is right around 8 minutes. So, about 56 minutes. Around 56 minutes to do. Show pics of fat Anthony. Oh boy. All right, let me see if I can find a fat Anthony pic. The backups. Let's see, 2009 was probably. Oh, maybe 2010. Oh my goodness, where am I gonna find this? Oh, not there. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, those are from 2004. That's too early. Is this one of the ones? Oh no, this is a little bit fatter me. This is from 2009. Let's see, it's not the worst though. I hate that when I just open these, they're just gonna immediately show on stream, so I don't even get to filter them. Let's see, 2009. Let's find something from 2010. You know what? No, we'll just stick with that one photo. That was good enough. But yeah, there's been 2 times in my life where I've gotten up to like I'm about 5'10", 5'11", and I was up to like 200 pounds, which was a bit much for me. Thank you, Murtiswee, for following, or follow counts. But yeah, there's been like several times in my life where I've just like been like, you know what, I'm done being fat, I'm just gonna lose 35 pounds, and then I do it. So right now I'm in kind of the trough, which is pretty good. Well, I could beat you in a marathon after I fix my lungs. Yeah, I don't doubt that you could beat me in a marathon. I'm not super fast. That said, like my best mile time was a 5:24, but that was when I was actually like really training to be good at running. But I was never good at like maintaining any sort of fast time for distance. I don't know. I do it for fun now. It's not really. It's not a competition. So we've taken these 3 tests and combined them with grammar tries. And I think we can take this test down here and also do that. But the other tests involve other files, so we can't rewrite those. Oh, dang it. $5'11", yes. Now you know how tall I am. Yes, I'm in California. Anthony, I'm pretty sure you get asked this a lot, but please bear with me. Why do I use Nano? Why do I use Nano? Yes, I do get asked this a lot. So if we revert back to like 10-year-old me, back when I first started programming, I would use this crappy program called Notepad. This is how I did all of my programming, was in Notepad. Eventually Notepad++. But back then it was writing crappy PHP programs. Like this website was one of my first projects. It's a IP address image detection website. It's kind of broken right now. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Like, it thinks my operating system is NT 4.0 because it uses crappy regexes. But I started with Notepad. It was okay. It got done what I needed to get done. Then I had my first job, my first programming job, which was out of high school. I was at a enterprise software company, which was a Java and C# shop. And so I used Eclipse for Java and then Visual Studio for C#, and I really loved Visual Studio. Visual Studio was so amazing, and like, I mean, it's great because you just you write code, you press tab, you press enter, and it writes all your code for you. And then I got my next job, which was at Yelp, and Yelp was a Python shop, and so like Visual Studio wasn't relevant, and I needed to use Linux things, and so I started by using what's it called, Eclipse again. And Eclipse is crappy for Python, but it was good enough, I guess. And then I switched to IntelliJ. IntelliJ was way better. But then I went on... I worked remote for a couple weeks, and IntelliJ was way too slow to handle... I was doing file system copies across the country to synchronize the code to my local editor, and IntelliJ was just like not having it. It was not okay with writes taking like several hundred milliseconds. And so I switched to a terminal editor, and the terminal editor that I learned in college was Nano. And unfortunately, over those several weeks, I developed muscle memory, and I just haven't really gone back since then. So, oh yeah, now you know my IP address. Yeah, rip me, I guess. If you hack me, more power to you, I guess. We need an Acetilly FAQ with the answer to the Nano questions, cat pictures, etc. Yeah. I should really record my FAQs and put them up on YouTube, because I do, a lot of these I do answer over and over, and I'll get some canonical canonical recordings of this. If you guys hack Anthony, please write his code for him too. Yeah. Visual Studio is cool somewhere. Yeah. If I wonder, you're 6'1". Well, congratulations. I'm glad you're tall. I wish I was an inch or two taller, but what are you gonna do? Since Ping of Death to Anthony, please no. No books allowed. Yeah, I do know how to use Vim, so I'm not like a complete noob. I know how to enter insert mode and write text and undo and visual mode and, you know, sort stuff and all that shenanigans. I know how to force quit. But I don't know, I'm just faster in Nano, so I'm gonna stick to it. It's pretty funny though. My current joke about Nano is if I was more efficient in another editor, I would probably burn out. Which is not strictly true, but I think it's funny to pretend. Yeah, now that we've moved all of our tests, what? Now that we've broken our tests, I am confused. Oh. The no-op one has a return code of 0. So this one needs to be a separate test also. So unlike all the other tests which are doing rewrites, this one needs to not rewrite. Have you done the Art of Exploitation book? No, I have not. Although I have hacked some things in my days, I guess. Oh, I didn't want to do that one. Let's see if I can find it. Here's an academic paper which cites me, oddly enough. When I was 14, I found a security vulnerability in Gmail, which allowed you to send JavaScript code to another user, and if they open Gmail in the browser, it would run. This is actually exactly the code that I sent, including my typo on capitalized F and ASDF. Like, good job, me. But the blogger identifies himself as 14-year-old by the name of Anthony and uses the alias Fernie. Yeah, that was 14-year-old me. But yeah, I try and avoid breaking things nowadays because you can get in trouble for that stuff, and I don't know. I'd rather not be in jail. Can log on Windows using help then print dialog. Yeah, I've seen that before, which is pretty good. Right, this is a no op, so it should return 0. Oh, there's a comma there. It's the one problem with Python is it's really easy to turn stuff into tuples. Hello, NanoKey. What are you working on? I'm working on improving my setup-config formatter. So in Python, you can package stuff up using setup.py, which is the kind of old way to do it, where setup performs side effects. And I wrote a tool which converts setup.py to setup.cfg. The nice thing about setup.cfg is it's easier to do code rewrites, so I can perform refactors on this file automatically. And then I wrote a tool to perform some refactors automatically. And so I wrote setup-cfg format, and now I'm doing some of the like fit and finish issues for this to like get the last little bits working really well. Was I good in college? I was pretty good in college. Let's see. I had like a 3.9, I think. I had a 4.0 in CS, if that tells you anything. But I thought computer science was a little bit easy. All right, serious question for once. I find that writing parameterized tests become harder to follow when you have lots of test cases or a lot of args in each test, especially if one test fails and you have to figure out where in your editor the failing test case is. The ID's arg is helpful but still cumbersome because the test names are not in line with the test cases. Has there been any attempt or thoughts to changing the syntax of parameterized so you can specify named args in the cases or specify the oh, and then it cuts off. I assume you mean name. There is a way to do it with, so there's like yeah, I definitely agree. Like, if there's too many arguments, I'm just going to split it into a bunch of test cases. And I really think that parameterize is too easy to abuse to write logic. So like one way that I could have made this test also fit in this parameterize list here is like have like a expected return code here, and then like stick 1 on the end of all of these, and then stick 0 on the one that it didn't rewrite. But I really like to use parameterize only when it's like specified input, specified output, and not more complicated than that. There is a syntax to, and I don't remember it because I don't tend to use it very often. But it's something like this. Let's see, I think it's pytest.pram. Pytest.pram parameterize. Yeah, so you can like directly inline mark a parameterize test case by using this function, and so then you can set the ID directly. This allows you to do it directly in line instead of having to have the IDs list afterwards. So it's a little bit nicer. Does that solve your does that solve your question? Specify the name of the test case for the test case are. So how you'd use comments. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, like I guess I could show you exactly how I would do it because you're right, I do have the comments here. So like pytest.pram and then ID equals orders, fields, and sections. So basically like this. And then IP6 bin pytest tests -v, and so if I didn't type out the word orders, yeah, like actually I think that's way better. I'm gonna remove the comments and switch it to use pytest.pram, and this is the first time I've ever used pytest.pram, and it looks like it works well, so ship it. I did have to fix a bug in PyTest with pytest-pram, but I never used it myself. Version can be obtained from a module like version equals mymodule.double_version. Yes, but I don't know how you can do that with setup.cfg. I usually find that going in the other direction is a little bit easier. And so you can do something like what precommit does, where you can use import lib metadata to query the version at runtime. And the old way to do this was with package resources, which was super slow, but import lib metadata is way faster now. Have you solved Project Euler problems in the past? I think I did 1 or 2 on stream. The most recent like programming puzzle related thing that I did was Advent of Code. Unfortunately, I didn't record all of these. This is before I was recording streams at the same time that I streamed. But I did Advent of Code 2018 in December and early parts of January, and I had a lot of fun with Advent of Code. And I'm definitely gonna do it next year, and probably will do other programming challenges on stream as well because I think they're fun to work on. Also, some of them you can see me like struggle and write really crappy code. Like, for instance, this day my first solution took 52 minutes to run, and we actually just let it run in the background while I tried to optimize it. But then I got it down to 19 milliseconds instead. But Advent of Code is pretty cool. The best part about Advent of Code is let me log in. The best part of Advent of Code is there's kind of like a story that goes along with it, so it's not just like it's not just puzzles, but it's also like a little bit of lore and like some interesting narrative along with it, which I think is pretty cool. The funny thing is that I could never imagine that someone could do this stuff with Nano. Yeah. Well, you find something new every day, I guess. See, so yeah, now we have these nice names in our test cases, which actually is pretty nice. So I think from now on I'm gonna try and use pytest.pram more because it ends up with like pretty much what I would want here. So thank you for that question and suggestion, Breadstick Zero. I know who you are behind the name though, so. Okay, so far we've done nothing. Well, we reorganized the test, I guess. That's something. But we can't really rewrite this test because it does some other stuff with license, or I guess we can't rewrite this test first because it does stuff with readmes, and we can't do this test yet because it does stuff with licenses. Hi, first time I catch you live. I'm from Israel, like your stream and learning a lot from you. Well, thanks for stopping by. Glad you could finally make it live. Programming streams with a lot of viewers, greater than 10, rarely achieve anything. Yeah, it's true. I try and get something done at least. Yeah, so speaking of getting something done, we're gonna paste in a different license that is not MIT and then make sure that this comes out correctly. I happen to know that the WTF-PL is the shortest license that gets identified. Let me copy and paste it from somewhere. Oh, come on. Browse source. I have no idea what I'm looking at right now, but I'm just not gonna... Where? Come on. You would think they would just have the license directly on the, oops. Directly on the page. Maybe it's in downloads? No. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna copy it from the test case that I wrote for the other project that I just did. We achieved procrastination. We can talk about Java. Oh boy. And yes, that was SVN, yeah. Back in the day, I used to run my own SVN server. I would not recommend it, but it did work. And then I eventually ported it to Git, and so like some of my old GitHub repos, like is it CS doors? Yeah, so like this was originally a SVN repository. And so it looks like it was all committed in one commit, but I don't know. This was probably not the most interesting repository. WTF-PL terms. Is this a copy of the license? Yes, this is what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted. But without the trailing white space. Actually, I wonder if PyPI has a classifier for licenses. Breadstick asks, do you have any posters you can put up on the wall behind you? It looks kind of bare. It's funny you ask because you actually sent me a poster. That's not the website. Did I just spell it wrong? So, you sent me a photo of this image. Or you sent me a poster of this image. Which, yes, I could put up on the wall behind me. It's still at work, I forgot to bring it home. Maybe a photo like the one you were showing us earlier. Ugh. Yeah, look at how far I've come. Look at the chubby me of the past. Right, PyPI classifiers. There is not a WTFPL. Maybe I should pick one that actually has a one of these licenses. So let's do the zlib license. That one's also pretty short. Hey, Daniel Duan, thanks for following. Every follow counts. Yeah, so I happen to remember the zlib license is pretty short too. I happen to know that it's right at the bottom of this file. So I can just copy this out from here. I've got the pre-commit thing working, though it complained about pip at first. Pretty cool. Interesting that it complained about pip. But yeah, if you have like bug reports, definitely put them on the issue tracker, and I'll see what I can do for them. So instead of the WTFPL, we'll put in the zlib license. Put my actual name in here. But this is just a test to make sure that zlib is detected properly. Python only has OSI approved. Oh, I guess that makes sense. It looked like a general issue when 2 or more pip were installed. Interesting. But pre-commit is awesome. Well, thank you. It's my baby. Okay, so there's a license field and there's a license classifier. So I wonder what the difference between the two is supposed to be. There's a BSD 0 clause. I don't think I identify the 0 clause. But we'll just do zlib for now because it fits in here. Python setup tools license field. License. Short string. The license field is a text indicating the license covering the package where license is not a selection from the license trove classifiers. Notice that there's a license distribution option which is deprecated. Is it spelled different? Yeah. Spelled in the British way. Yeah, so I guess this field should include the license, the short ID, and then this should include the full classifier, my guess. So this will probably just say zlib here, and then the zlib classifier will be this one. And the test should... Oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted. I guess I didn't copy. Oh, I did Control-Shift-C. Why? License with a Y and a Z. Nice. Yeah, so this is how it should format, and we should have a failing test right now. That's what I get for copy and pasting. Yeah, so it didn't detect zlib and it didn't add the classifiers, so that's where we get to improve stuff. And this is the function that I implemented last stream, which identifies a license based on the file name. Oh, no module named urlib3.exceptions. Yeah, that's the like weird pip problem when you splat a virtual env over another virtual env. I've seen that before. Yeah, so unfortunately that's a problem with pip and not anything that precommit can really fix. So this will retrieve our license ID, and then we'll assign the license ID to this license field, which is kind of freeform. Virtual env, yeah, not in my company. Womp womp. But yeah, if you like, the thing about virtual env is you can actually use it without installing it anywhere. I've written a script for this. You can copy and paste this line, and it'll install a virtual env from nothing. I also added this feature to the latest version of virtual env, but we haven't made a website for it yet. Eventually, this repository will contain a way to bootstrap a virtual env from nothing, but until then, it's empty, and this works. So you can see it working. So you can see I don't have virtual env, I only have Python, and by running this I can get a virtual env. Won't help me much, unfortunately, bummer. But yeah, so now I have a virtual env. The script you use sets env variables for both Python and C++. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Oh, didn't mean to close that terminal window. Why not use tmux? Oh. I know how to use tmux, but I think it's more work than it's worth. Okay, so the next thing that I have to do is map the license identifiers that I know about to these classifiers, and so I'm just gonna grab a list of all of those and then try and make a mapping. Identify.vendor.licenses import licenses. So these are all of the licenses that identify identifies. So there's a lot of them. Actually, instead of doing that, we're gonna use sed for xargs. What? There we go. That was a little bit easier than writing that all out. Now I have to re-indent this. Oh, I could have used p-print. That's a good point. Okay, so now I get to map all of these against their Python classifier. I'm gonna take this window and move it off to the side so I can read it, but you guys won't be able to read it. And then I'm just gonna go through each of these and type them in. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I immediately typed Control W, which is find in Nano, which closes the window. So the first one is the BSD license. It looks like all of the BSD licenses all end up with the same classifier, which is a little bit weird. So we can do all of these ones. Let's see. AFL. Academic free license. Yeah, so we'll get that one. AGPL. AGPL v3. This one. There's v3 plus though, which is a separate classifier. I don't know. We'll just we'll do this one. And I'll go back and QA these later. This is the boring part of the stream, where I copy and paste code for a while. Apache. There's no classifier for Apache 2, but this will have to do. Artistic license. Yeah, that one is in the classifiers as well. ESL. It's the Boost software license. So surprising number of these show up, I guess. Creative Commons. There's CC0. No. I guess this one, there aren't any equivalents for those. Oh, CC0 does, though. This one is not one of the OSI approved licenses, oddly enough. Sim projects can't use CCV4 because it's not officially translated to Spanish. Interesting. Did not know that. ECL. I don't know what that stands for. ECL 2.0. Educational Community License. That one does not exist. Oh, dang it. I closed my window again. EPL. Okay. This is a different EPL though, I think. Maybe. Wasn't EPL the Perl one? EPL 1.0. Oh no. Eclipse Public License. Okay. Didn't remember something by that title before, but that's fine. And then we have EPL2. EUPL, we have that one. 1.1 and 1.2. There's also a classifier for the 1.0 version, but Identify doesn't identify that one. Now we have our friend the GPL. I say sarcastically. GPL 3. Dang it. I keep closing this window. ISC is the next one. LGPL. LGPL. PPL looks cool. Yeah, we looked at that yesterday, didn't we? LGPL 2.1. There isn't an LGPL 2.1. There's LGPL 2. I guess that's still within a minor version. Close enough. LGPL 3. Forgot the quote here. LPPL. Is that the one you just linked? LPPL. LPPL 1.3c. Is there... There's not a license for that. How many times will I close the window? MPL 2.0. Okay, got that one. MSPL. I don't know what that one is. MSPL. Microsoft Public License. Something tells me that one's not going to be in here. Nope. It's MSRL. Probably also Microsoft. We don't have that one. NCSA. University of Illinois? Is that really? CSA. Yeah, I guess so. I guess there's also the MIT license, which is also a school. OFL license. Open font license. In fact, there is a classifier for that. You want to distribute your fonts using IPI. OSL 3. OSL. This. Open software license. Nope. Nothing for there. There is a Postgres license. We're almost done with this boring part, I promise. We'll get back to writing actual code soon. UPL. I don't see that one. Universal permissive. No? Apparently I can't type the letters UPL because it's definitely there. Unlicensed. Something tells me that one's not going to be on here. It's not. We already know the WTFPL is not because we searched for it before. And the last, and hopefully not least, is our zlib. And then we have to go through and ignore these line too long errors for each of these. That one is exactly 80 characters. Okay, so that should implement the code. Basically, we took the code from before, but instead now we're identifying the license and retrieving the classifier from it. In theory, our test should pass. Should have linted first. Identify.identify has no attribute license ID. What? Oh, because it didn't honor my... Oh, we were doing Python 3.6 before, now we're doing 3.7, I see. So if I recreate the environment with -r, we'll get the newer version of identify. What? Well, clearly I have a bug. Why is it identifying the zlib license as MIT? I broke i3 or polybar to know. Oof. I'm very confused. Well, we'll debug this and find out what's up. So we definitely write the zlib license here. Oh, we're failing the MIT. Oh, wait. Why is it always adding MIT in this here? Something. I'm just like completely missing something obvious with the code. Or why is it always... Oh, I see what's going on. It's looking at the license in my repository and not license file name. Easy fix. Don't have to debug it. Just look at it. So it was trying to read this file, which is, of course, an MIT license. Right. So we're using the quote official license ID here. So this should pass now. The hell is this? You've pasted an image. That looks not good. Hopefully your GPU isn't dying. But it wouldn't surprise me given that output. Use Windows. Actually, I think this thing only supports Python 3, so I can use an F string down here somewhere. Where was it? Here. Actually, I think... Actually, Precommit should have rewritten it. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't implement that yet. Oh, I think I only implemented attributes and not get item. F string. What was the Princey for? Oh, the format call. Cool. Oh, that's the wrong window. Identify more license types. Okay, so that's one of the issues down, and there's 2 others that I wanted to get done. And then I'll start looking at CI systems. And close some of my Chrome tabs. As I open one more. So this resolves 3. And the nice thing about this text on GitHub is when I merge this PR, it'll automatically close that issue for me. Oh, I wonder if this gets rewritten. Nope. Okay, cool. I formatted it correctly without the tool formatting it for me. Nice. Yeah, we basically replaced this hard-coded MIT check with the license ID function. And set these 2 fields if they were set up properly. Well, it's basically the same code as before. Oh, also we rewrote the tests to use parameter tries instead. And I learned about, well, I didn't learn about, I guess I used for the first time PyTest param, which allows you to set the test IDs a lot easier. Gee, I've missed Python. Are you Pikachu? That's a great name. I'm not sure I miss Python. It's an okay language. What language are you stuck with? Are you Pikachu? Ru Pikachu. I don't know. How do you pronounce it? Hopefully it's not Ruby. No offense to people who write Ruby. It's not my choice. I would not write Ruby. Cool, so we did 3. The other 2 issues should be a little bit easier. Russian Pikachu, yeah. Rubik plus Pikachu, nice. So Ru Pikachu. I'm a Pokemon fan myself. Pokemon fan. Trying to say fan and Pokemon at the same time and slam the words together. Yeah, I play a lot of Pokemon. My most recent endeavor was to capture all of the shiny Pokemon. This is my spreadsheet for capturing all of the shiny Pokemon. As you can see, I've 100%ed it, so I have all of these caught legitimately, except for the ones that can't be caught. So like, there's some that are shiny locked. Like, there's an event for this one that's coming out pretty soon, and like, I assume there will be an event for this one eventually. But oh, both genders, yeah. Some of the Pokemon have slightly different sprites based on their gender. Some of them are more pronounced, so like Meowstick, for instance. So like, I forget which gender this is, but it's one of the 2. But the other form looks very different, and so like, the idea is to have a shiny of both forms because they're distinct sprites. I don't know, it's more of like a completionist thing, but that's my nerdy Pokemon endeavor, and I don't want to think about how much time I've spent doing that. Okay, so the last 2 issues are pretty related. One of them is finding readmes of other types, so like things that are like readme.rst or readme.txt. And this one is finding license files that have different names. So like, again, like license.md or license.rst or lowercase license or spelled with a C or however else you would spell it. So I'm going to try and do both of these real quick. I'm also going to close a bunch of tabs. Because, I mean, I have the RAM to support it, but I don't think, I didn't even read this. Can't you change the wording? It's inappropriate / childish / not corporate compliant. By the way, with WTFPL, can I also... Oh, but yes, of course you can. But can I? Yes, you can. Oh, boy. Okay. Back to the realm of writing some code. So I have some helper scripts that I run a lot. So one of them is this prune remote branches, which also prunes local branches. So like I had a merged branch that was identified license, and it cleaned that up automatically for me. And if I had remote branches, it would clean that up too. Hi, I started Python yesterday. Well, welcome to Python. Hopefully it treats you better than it has treated me. I kid. Python's a good language to start with. I don't want to assume that you're just starting programming, but it's a pretty good language. I would stick to Python 3 if you're just starting. Okay, so for this I'm going to take a look at how setup tools does this. Because I know that they do some README and license normalization. And I assume they use globs and then go from there, but I don't know. Test glob. That seems relevant. Thank you, man. Hope I can improve myself a lot. Good luck on that. What is _iglob? Why can't they just use standard lib? Is it not a thing in Python 2? Well, I'm Python 3 only, so nice. Yeah, this looks basically the same as that code. Maybe egg info will have it? Oh, this would be easier. Did the music stop? What are you doing, music? Keep playing. There we go. Takes practice. Yes. Improving at Python takes, or improving at anything takes practice. Okay, maybe this is not helpful. License, file name, setup tools. Maybe the docs will be easier than reading the code. Ugh. Spelled with a Z? Is that the, or wait, was it with a C? Nope. Interesting. If I change the name of one of i3's workspaces, I cannot go back there by mod +1. Yikes. README files for projects are often named these 4 things. I guess we can do that. What does iGlob return? Returns an iterator. Iterator of stir. Okay. For readme file name in oh, I should write test first. Let's write test first. So here we can have like readme file name and then content type. readme.rst should have I don't remember what these I don't remember what this field can contain, so we'll Google it. It can contain these 3 values, so that should be text rst. We can check that this also ends up working. Oh, we'll just change this to file name so that it's not 8 characters. Yeah, so at the end we should end up with the file name and the content type that we specified. And this test should be failing right now. Especially if it has a syntax error. My type annotation caused a crash. glob, even though we're not using it yet. Test failed successfully. Yeah. It failed for the wrong reason, though. But now it should fail for the right reasons. Like not making a change. But it did pass the markdown test, I assume. Yeah, because it's the second one, so we expect failed dots for these three. Alright, so let's make this happen now. So one thing that we can actually use here is we can leverage identify. So we're using identify to identify licenses down here, but the main point of identify is actually to identify file names. There's a tags from file name which we can use, and if we give it just like garbage, it will return us back an empty set. Or if we give it stuff that it doesn't understand, it'll return back an empty set. But by default, it uses the file extension, so you can see like it knows that this was plain text. And if we had readme.markdown all spelled out, it would know that it's markdown. And RST would be RST, etc., etc. So, tags from file name. We don't actually want to open the file. We just want to use, so there's two APIs in identify. One is tags from path, and the other is tags from file name. I guess there's also tags from interpreter. Tags from path will open the file and check if it's binary or text, but we don't particularly care about that. We just want to check whether it's whether it has the extension that we expect. For tag content type in we'll check each of these different combinations. Is that what it was? X-RST? Yes. The problem is, if this is successful, I want to break out of this loop. Even though it's unlikely for that loop to ever continue. I might need to think of... I mean, I could write this as 3 if statements, because it's pretty simple. do this out here. Still too long. What's up, Mindful Fox? How's it going? I'm alright, just woke from a nap. How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm writing codes. It's a good day. I ran 7 miles this morning, so I'm feeling good from that too. Couldn't get 8 miles. Well, my original goal was to do 5, and then got to the half point and was like, ah, I can go a little bit further. And I guess this one is last one wins. This loop is kind of useless. Like, what I really want is like first potential file. I'll do that then. Will I be crippled tomorrow? No, I'll be fine. I hope I'm not crippled tomorrow. Yeah, so now this will just find the first file with that prefix. Okay, so this should actually pass our tests now, hopefully. And then we'll do the same thing for license. It does not. In fact, what? Now we fail a different set of tests. Then we debug it. Oh, I should use breakpoint because that's the cool kid thing to do now. Okay, so that looks right. And then first file is none. Really? Why is it not finding it? Did I not? Is my test just busted? Oh, it has to be the directory name of this. Glob is like, kind of like when you do ls star. This is what's considered a glob. Or ls-d star. So like if I want things that start with an M. I'd use M star or S star. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find basically the case insensitive readmes of all types. So this is essentially the glob that I'm trying to use right now. Yeah, it is wildcards. It also has like question marks. There's a couple other. I think it's just question mark and star, but yeah. That works. Why doesn't this work? That works. What's going on here? Is iGlob not... Oh, iGlob is just an iterator. Dang it. I thought it was case insensitive. I just am not reading. 2 helper functions, blah blah blah. Okay, so I need a thing that makes a case insensitive glob. I guess. Should have been glob iter, yeah. So I don't actually need it to be iglob, but so I need to basically take the string readme and turn it into that terrible thing that we saw before. Basically into this string. And so I think I can do that with this. Yeah. So join all the strings together, make a string that is a bracket, a literal bracket, then the uppercase character, then the character, then a close bracket for every character in the string. Python has swap case. Yes, it does. I guess I would use swap. Yeah, swap case is more generic, although I'm always going to pass up lowercase strings. So that works better, but it makes no difference. Should pass now. No? Still doesn't pass. Oh. So now it's going to swap case for everything in this path, which is kind of annoying. Well, that does it now. We'll put a breakpoint here though, just to make sure that it does what I expect. I used to like comprehensions until I learned some Scala. I really miss link expressions from C#. They're kind of like comprehensions. So that's the setup config, and this is our prefix. Now our prefix should be the crazy bracketed thing. I don't know C#, but I've heard of LINQ and everyone says it's great. Yeah, it's basically like SQL, but for collections. That is not what I wanted. I just assumed I'm feeling lucky myself. Intro to LINQ queries. Yeah, so like you basically write code that looks like this. And the best part is like Visual Studio time completes all this for you, so it's really easy to write. And what it actually, it's syntax sugar, so it actually translates down to some function calls. And if you want, you can just use the function calls instead. Last time I used it, it was before var was a thing, so I wrote out IEnumerable int myself, or Visual Studio wrote it in for me. But it's pretty cool. Also, it's entirely lazily evaluated, so until you for each over it, it's basically like a generator in Python. But it's cool tech. I like it. So my next guess is that glob does not support this syntax. Oh, it does. Okay, so that seems fine. So we have this directory and then readme. And there's definitely a readme.rst in there. And we get a glob, so what is going on here? Oh, it passed. What? I'm confused. I must have changed like 2 things at once. Because I didn't expect that to pass because it failed immediately before. But I'll take it. Why is there still a breakpoint? Oh, probably because I used a PDB breakpoint. Yep. Okay, so that works now. One thing that I wanted to also do is do markdown just to show that that works as well. And then we'll do the same treatment with the license files. Although with license, we have the alternate spelling, so this might be trickier. We'll see. See how that goes. License spellings, tools, Python. There's a Wikipedia article for setup tools. That's hilarious. Interesting. British spelling for license. With a C. Okay. So I guess I'll just use C versus S. We should make one for pre-commit. Yeah. I do not need a Wikipedia article. Thank you very much. I guess the question will be, can we do something like glob.glob? Like, will this work? No. Surprise. So we need to be more clever about our iGlob generator thing. It's not official unless it's on Wikipedia. Yeah. So I need my license thing to translate to this, I guess. I sent in a request to get added to GitHub Actions beta, and I tried to be like, look guys, look at how many stars I have. You should enable me so that I can use all these stars for good. And they're like, haha, no, stand in line. Yeah, license with a C is the British spelling. Yeah, I vaguely remembered this, but didn't know that until recently either. But yeah, I got denied for GitHub Actions. Come on, GitHub. Why you gotta do me like this? But yeah, so I basically need to take in the string like this and convert that into this. So, do I do it with regexes, or do I just inline this, or I don't even know. That couldn't be easy. Okay, so I basically need an case-insensitive glob. Use recursion. Use a stack, yeah. Why did I put FN on the end here? This is our initial implementation. And we'll write some tests for the for this. I just open up the same file. So we have, I guess, def test case insensitive glob. Get our basic table test set up. And then we can write a few test cases. And those are painful to write. So these are the basic cases that we already have working. We just need to make that specialized case work. Assuming I don't break all the other tests in the process. Oh. Yeah, these are equivalent, but different. Should maybe sort those. Oh, they're all different, right? Yes, upper and then lower. Yeah, that would make it consistent. Thank you, T-Virus Firefly, for following. Every follow counts. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Mindful Fox. Cool. Reordered my imports for me. That's good. So now we need the more complicated case, where we pass in a glob and it has to fix it for us. So something like this will end up with this monstrosity. But the important bit being that it realizes to expand brackets here. Which it doesn't right now and produces this mangled garbage. I can probably use a regex to pull out this chunk and then individually process it. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. We have two cases. We either have a bracket followed by not brackets, and then a bracket, or we have just a single character. File on disk has changed. No. Not exactly the most readable thing here, but I think that's valid regex. And then we can do glob part.sub. And then I have a callback here. If it's one character long, we know it's just this match here. Otherwise, we'll be doing this multi-character match. So this will get us all of the inner characters, excluding the 2 brackets. I hope. I think that works. We need to import match. LMNO. Oh, I don't even care about import ordering. It'll fix it for me, right? Cool. So that works. A little bit janky, but what are you gonna do? I think it's fine. What keeps changing my file? Oh, I know what it is. So AutoPip 8 has this bug that I fixed a while ago, but they haven't released in a while. Their latest release is like 1.4.3, yeah, which was in 2018. And unfortunately, my fix here is don't write the file unless there are changes. And so it's no-op rewriting my file, and which makes my editor mad. But what are you gonna do, I guess? Okay, so now we want to do the license stuff. Pip install from a get URL. Yeah, I could do that. And like all I would need to do is like additional dependencies and use get plus HTTPS, etc. But that's gross, and I'll just wait. I'll wait and complain until then. Oh, I should write a test before implementing this. Projects Ninja, yeah. CE? Chrome's Control F is so annoying it doesn't copy the current selection. Oof. Yikes. Okay, so that should be our test adopted, or adapted? Adopted. You're an adopted test. No. Okay, cool. So we expect it to fail. Now if we go implement this. I think that's all we need. So now these tests should pass. Sweet. Okay, so those are those 2 issues. I guess one other thing that I want to do that's real quick, once I push this, is enable this tool to be used with pre-commit. What font do I use? This is just the standard Ubuntu. I think it's called Ubuntu Mono. Does that look like it? Or is there a U? I don't think this is it. Well, it kind of looks like it. Let's see. This is my stream profile, which has my font size blown up real big. Colors. Text. Monospace regular. Oh, I guess it's not Ubuntu Mono. Huh. I don't think it's this one either. what font are you? I don't know. It's the default one that Ubuntu sets. I don't actually know what the actual name of the font is, other than monospace regular. See, so this time GitHub showed me the URL. I don't know why it didn't last time. But what are you gonna do? And 4. So yeah, the last bit here that I want to do is make this tool work as a pre-commit hook. Wow, the build is so fast. I guess it took 60 seconds while I was trying to figure out fonts. Maybe not that fast. But we'll be like, when we look at Azure pipelines, we'll be benchmarking some, like doing some rough benchmarks of how long it takes to queue and then run. And hopefully it's not significantly worse than Travis. We'll find out. I could just merge this right now, but I figured I'll wait the 1 minute to let it run out. Since it's better to have a green commit than not. Some of the Travis staff got fired. Yeah, that's why I'm looking for an alternate CI, because I like the company that bought Travis CI is known for letting all of their products die, and I kind of want to continue to be able to test my things, so I'll be looking for new alternatives. You finished yet? No? Close. Also because Travis's technology is old. Like the default is Ubuntu Trusty, which unsurprisingly end of life's in a couple months. What have I tried? I've used Circle CI in the past, which was okay. It was pretty slow though. I've also used GitLab CI, not exactly by choice. I've used AppVeyor, but AppVeyor is really slow. I mainly used AppVeyor just because it has Windows support. But AppVeyor is, you get a single concurrent, for the free plan, you get a single concurrent build across all of your projects, which doesn't really work very well for me. And like, it's almost always the long pole. So AppVeyor is probably out. But the one that I want to look into is Azure pipelines, which is Microsoft's CI platform. But we'll look at this in a bit once I set up some pre-commit or setup config format. I would go for GitLab CI, honestly. Yeah, it works pretty well for me. We use it for Flake 8. The only, like, the one big plus to Azure pipelines that I see is I could get rid of AppFair and test Windows and Linux at the same time, and maybe even test Mac OS. Like, I don't currently do any CI with Mac OS, but maybe I could add that. But I don't know. I'm gonna try it out, see how it goes, and if it works well and isn't too much code, then I'll try it out. But right now, I want to add a pre-commit hook for this. So the way you get started, I mean, I've done it before, so I know how it works. But I'm gonna open up the docs and show you how you would do it. Creating new hooks. So you start by making a pre-commit hooks.yaml file, and inside that file you have a top-level list, and you basically fill out the data like this. So in our case, we're going to be using ID as setup-config format, and the name will be the same, and the entry will be the same because the executable is the same. The language, so the language that the hook is written in, is Python, and we'll be using files to match setup.cfg, although I think what I need is either the beginning of the string or a slash, and then setup.cfg. So more regex party. Is there anything else here? Oh, I want a description. I can copy that from the setup.cfg. And what other fields do I need? Okay, so I have ID, name, entry, language, files. I don't need exclude, I don't need types. I would use types for like every other hook that I write, but for this one, since it only matches a very specific file name, we'll only stick to that. Don't need to worry about exclude types. We're not always running it. We're only going to run this when setup.cfg changes. We're not going to set verbose, like it'll be quiet unless it fails. Pass file names, yeah, we'll keep that to true, so it'll pass along the setup.cfg file name to the hook. We don't care, like our hook runs fine whether it's parallel or not, so we're not going to require serial mode. We set a description, so that. We don't need a specific language version, although I think it'll be helpful to set, so this hook is only enabled in Python 3, so I think I'll set language version Python 3. Just in case some poor soul that's using Python 2 has a problem, or is trying to use this tool. We don't need to set a lower bound for minimum pre-commit version, and we don't need to set any custom arguments. So this should work, and we can actually start trying it out already. So as of the latest version of pre-commit, I can just run. I can run pre-commit. Oh, actually, this one that has that.cfg. Yeah. So I can run pre-commit try repo, and this will let me interactively work on a pre-commit hook if it works. But it did not. So there's a bug in this, unfortunately. Dang it. So the workaround is make a work in progress commit. I'll fix this bug later. It's doing some very, very tricky mucking with the internals of Git. Weird. Very weird. Oh, I wonder... I wonder if this will work now? No. Just leave enough information for me to get to it next time. But we won't work on that bug for this stream. But we can use try repo with things that are committed, and it'll make a temporary pre-commit configuration, point it at the revision, and run the hook. So this didn't actually run because I didn't tell it to run on any files, but we saw that it installed successfully, so that's a good step in the right direction. And I can pass all files here, and it'll actually run, hopefully. And it looks like it passed already. We can verify that it makes a change by changing these to dashes, for instance. And you can see that it just changed those dashes right back. So that appears to be working. And I didn't have to iterate on it, which is cool. Add support or add pre-commit.com metadata. I also want to document this in the README. How do I usually do this? As a pre-commit hook. I have it cloned, nice. We need to actually release a tagged version before this is relevant, but we'll do that very shortly. This is just like a nice way for people to be able to copy and paste this and have it work already. So that's the basics for hooking up pre-commit. Just a little metadata file, and that's all you need to be able to use this repo in any other pre-commit config. And I'm in tab hell again. We'll look at that in a bit. It's unfortunate, but I'll look at that later. I'm hoping to be done with this setup.py, setup-cfg stuff pretty soon so that I can go back to, like, I have a couple of things that I want to work on for py upgrade, which is a syntax upgrader. But I don't want to work on like 50 million projects all at once and not get any of them done. So, want to. The end is in sight for setup-cfg format, so I want to basically get there and then call that good. But I'm not there yet. Anything I can help with? Yeah, there's always issues if you want to like work on stuff. If you want to find, let's see, what am I adding for Pi upgrade? So like, I usually leave issues for stuff that I want to work on or that anyone can work on. And in fact, like, there's a pretty easy one on Pi upgrade if you wanted to take a stab at it. I already wrote most of the hard part of it. I just need to like finish it off. So the idea is that if you have a for loop which trivially yields the things that it's unpacking, so basically this for loop, in Python 3+, you can replace this with yield from, which I don't actually show here. Let's see. So the tricky part of like actually implementing this is you use this AST visitor to find this node, and then you have to delete these nodes and delete these nodes and put yield from in front of it, and that's what would need to be implemented. But yeah, I try and let's see. Can you do this? Is issue is open. Is it this? No. Oh, this is just in this project. Also, it has taken me to the mobile site view for some reason. Oh, probably because my browser is too small. There we go. But yeah, here's like another way to search for issues I have on my projects. Or issues that are these ones that I've opened? There's a render bug here. Oh, there's even a space character. It's just like broken. Oh well. But yeah, like I have a bunch of stuff that I want to work on in my projects, and so I like sometimes use this search to find it. This isn't beginner friendly. Yeah. Some of these are more beginner friendly than others. Some of them aren't though. But yeah. So mixed levels. Let's see if I can find a beginner friendly one. I've seen pre-commit get -- depth issue. Oh, the shallow cloning one? Yeah, that one is pretty interesting. I also wrote most of the code for that one too. Shallow cloning. This one? This one is actually pretty straightforward too. I can add some code hints to this. Pre-commit store. Here's where we currently clone code. I've searched this before. I know this is not the right answer. Unless this is the right one. Depth is a get fetch option. Hang on a sec. I know I've done this in closed source, so let me grab the commands from the closed source repo off screen, and then I'll paste them into the issue, so that'll make that easier. The problem is it depends on the version of Git and the version of Git on the remote server as to whether shallow clone works. So you'll need to like try one and then fall back. Closed source angry Stallman meme. Yeah, well, here's the code from it. Oh, this is from the left-hand side. So git init directory, and then git remote, git-c directory remote add origin, whatever, fetch origin, division, def equals 1. And then get checkout revision. And then the same, oh, and then you can use depth equals 1 on set modules also. So module update init recursive depth equals 1. So that's the basics. The problem is this command can fail based on your Git version, and this command can fail based on your Git version. So, oh, what? There's a, what did I do? Is this a Chrome feature? Or well, it must be a Chrome feature because it's off the bottom of the screen. Here's the code, make a commit. It's not that simple. Some of these commands can fail, and so you need to like make sure that they fall back properly. But here's the basic idea. But yeah, it needs a little bit of work. It's not just like copy paste this, done. And if you want to know how to get started with pre-commit, or at least contributing to pre-commit, there's a doc that's probably out of date. Let's see, local development. The complete test suite depends on having this installed, Git, Python 2, Python 3, Awks, Ruby, and Docker. These are optional though, you don't need to run those tests. Setting up an environment. I don't know that this works anymore. Did I kill that file? Well, it still works. What's the minimum supported Git version for Git? I think it works all the way back to like 1.8.6. The feature for shallow fetch is new in 2.5. So that's another reason why you would need to try and fall back. What do you use Ruby for? So pre-commit can run Ruby hooks. So one of the things, like one of the languages that pre-commit supports is Ruby. So like hooks can be written in Ruby, and pre-commit will know how to install them and set them up and make sure that they work properly. Thank you, Cladder? SC later? I don't know. 34. Thank you for following. Every follow counts. Sorry I butchered your handle. Yeah, so --depth is supported in git clone, but it only works if you're cloning a specific branch. The problem with that, or if you're cloning just master, the problem with that is pre-commit supports repositories at any revision. So that could be master, could be 5 commits ago, it could be a feature branch, could be a random tag, and so you need support in just fetch for that to work properly. Which is why it hasn't been implemented before, because it wasn't a feature for the longest time in Git. Yeah. This is the Stack Overflow question I was looking for. Thank you, Yarbass89, for following. Every follow counts. Where did that issue go? Hello, cloning. Here's the Stack Overflow. You just link directly to this little share button. Yeah, so this talks in more detail about how shallow fetching works. But I've already upvoted this. Thank you, you're welcome. I can recognize these characters now, I think. Oh man, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be sad. Google Translate. Yeah. I'm learning. Yeah, so pre-commit supports hooks in a bunch of different languages like Ruby, Rust, Swift. So this is like, these docs are slightly out of date because like you would technically need Rust to run the Rust tests and you would need Swift to run the Swift tests, but I haven't bothered updating this. But to do like a very minimum set of the test suite, you just need Git and Python 3. This shows you how to set up a minimal development environment. And you can use the pre-commit command in that environment to run your tests directly. Gives you like a crash course on PyTest on how to run a very specific test. This tells you how to run all the tests. These often take a long time, like no understatement there. Like I think the full test suite takes like 3 or 4 minutes on my computer. It takes like 6 minutes in CI, but mileage may vary. And of course, to set up the pre-commit hooks, you would run pre-commit install. And that's that. It also talks about like updating the docs. So like the docs are, oh, that's not good. What's the security? Wait, how is there a security problem in Bootstrap SaaS? How? How though? Really? XSS is possible in the tooltip or popover data template attribute. Patched in 3.4.1. What version am I using? Package.json. 3.3.7. Alright, well let's see, let's update that to 3.4.1 and what could go wrong. This will save me from getting an email in a couple days when GitHub sends me my weekly security thing. Dank code, man. I mean, it is a little bit out of date. This is where we're gonna drop frames, right? Right? No? I'm surprised. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now we're dropping frames. Usually when I download this, it drops frames. Dropped a couple hundred. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Alright, there we go. Now we're down to 0 vulnerabilities. That's good. It's just going through some of the repos that are supported to grab all their metadata. It uses that to generate this page here, which just lists all of the hooks that are available, which is quite a few. But some of the cool latest ones are Flake 8 added official support, as well as some of the other ICQA projects. I think this one was this one I think is solely responsible for about 1,000 of the GitHub stars for pre-commit, just because it's featured pretty prominently in the README here. But that's pretty cool. But this should have generated the docs, and so we can make sure that it still looks fine and still functions properly. And looks right. Ship it, I guess. And here's one of the cases where Ruby comes into play. I'm new to Python and I have no idea what you're doing. So right now this isn't Python actually, this is documentation associated to a Python project. But I'm on a tangent because I noticed this banner on a repository about this version here. And so I'm upgrading this version so that this goes away. But there's a bunch of Python running behind the scenes, which is running my Git hooks. And so this output here comes from a Git hooks framework that I maintain called Precommit. And yeah. I was also explaining that like I'm running scSslint, which itself is written in Ruby, and I don't write very much Ruby. I've written a little bit of Ruby, but Precommit knows how to install and run Ruby-based hooks, so I don't have to worry about running Ruby or worry about program or like porting some linter that's written in Ruby to Python. Make a pull request from this. And that'll fix that security banner. Handle that later. Right, so the next thing that I wanted to do, which isn't exactly Python, but is somewhat Python related, is to look into Azure pipelines as a CI platform. Close some of these tabs now. Do I always use a VM to develop? At least when I'm streaming, and at least at home I do. It makes it easier for me to context switch between Windows and not, and like I play games and sometimes watch YouTube, and like it's just happens to work better on Windows. That said, at work, I have a MacBook that Lyft gave to me, well not gave to me, is loaning to me to use as my development laptop, and I really do not like Mac OS, so I want to use Linux as much as possible. And so I set up dual boot on there using a guide that I put together. I say guide, but it's just like a crappy markdown file. But yeah, I dual boot Linux at work, although at work I don't need to play video games or watch YouTube, so it's entirely for development there, and it works pretty well. I've managed not to trash that partition yet. Oh, I guess I did trash it once. When I was setting it up, like I screwed up the kernel and like had some problems there. You don't play games at work, yeah. I guess I watch YouTube sometimes at work, but I don't play video games at work unless it's not work time. Like someone brought in a Switch and we played Super Smash Bros, and that was a lot of fun. Yeah, typically I don't the games that work. But yeah, what I wanted to try out is to see how Azure Pipelines works. And so I'll click the Start Free button. I'm gonna sign in off screen in case it includes some API token right to begin with, but I don't think it does. Looks like this email is used with more than one account from Microsoft. Great. I'm gonna use my personal account. The password for this? Okay. We're gonna assume everything is fine from here. Did you see the address bar said upsell in it? It's like, great. Yes, I would like to stay signed in. I'll agree to their terms. Well, then you don't have to get your gaming computer dirty with development software. Yeah. I do sometimes have to develop on Windows too, so like I have like a whole git bash setup. So sometimes I work on things here. Like here's where I was debugging a Python bug in virtualenv on Windows. But you're right. Poor me. Apparently I'm Acetylate0271. Not my handle, but that's fine. I don't know how to do this. Pipelines. Maybe you just press the plus button. New build pipeline. Where's my code? Yeah. Oof. Okay. I guess this is fine. I trust Microsoft. The problem with long passwords is you get them wrong all the time. So it has found all of my repositories, which is way more than I thought there would be. But I'm just gonna pick a random project and try and make it happen. Did it add my archive org? Because that's where I was playing around with something before. Do I have to like authorize the organization for that? How does this work? Add organization to Azure Pipelines. We're at map GitHub organizations to Azure DevOps. Okay, maybe I will just play with this within an app because this seems, or within a single repo because this seems complicated. Oh, I closed it. What the hell? I was already logged in. Why is this? What has it done? If I open old tabs, maybe it'll... Where was I? Dang it. How did I lose that tab? Well, we'll look through each of these tabs and see if it's... which one of these I was logged in on. I don't really want to just like create a bunch of new organizations. That's probably this one? No. O217 was the one that I had. Yeah, so that works. Why is it making me sign up a new one? I don't know. But I also don't know how these things work. Maybe I should follow a tutorial. Python Azure Pipeline tutorial. Oh, one of my developer friends recently did this. RTFM, yeah. This. Example configurations. Where's the like configuration? No. Holy shit, this is complicated. Yeah, so another piece of this puzzle is my Travis.yaml right now is very, very short. And ideally, we can keep it that short with Azure Pipelines. Oh. Yes, YouTube, I am still listening to the music. This has been like 3 hours of streaming so far. Right, so I'm gonna... Here's an example. Okay. I'm wondering if Azure Pipelines has a cache. Given that this is open, my guess is no. I have to start work on it in the new year. Oh, is this entirely like open source? Proposal for the draft. Okay, so we'll lose caching, I guess, by switching to this, but maybe that doesn't matter. We're using a React-based app, which was bootstrapped using Create React app. It has 28,000 files. That was pretty typical for React. Oh, this is clever. I like this. Seems like a good idea. It's actually kind of smarter than what Travis does right now, because right now, every time I change pre-commit versions, it still caches this directory, but I think it grows indefinitely over time until it cuts off. I don't have mplayer installed, but I do have an mplayer n variable. Let's hope I don't have that. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. That sounds like not a great situation to be in. Yeah, this proposal seems like it'll be useful. But obviously it's not implemented yet, so I'll click the +1 button. I assume this will get merged when it's done. But anyway, so there's no caching, that's fine. I know PyTest has started looking at Azure pipelines. This seems less complicated, maybe? I think these are just the Windows ones. This seems specific to Windows. I don't want to try and figure out this. This is more complicated than I thought it would be. I thought it would just be like operating system, Linux, Python, this version, done. But it's not. Looks like this uses a template. This seems more like what I would want. So I'm gonna try and make this happen. And I don't... Oh, I guess I do care about this. This seems complicated. I don't think I need to do that. Oh, there's a typo. Jesus, this is complicated. Okay, so this is how you select different images, I guess. Pretty lost, guys. Hey, quick question, because I'm a little out of the loop. Why do people like Linux and Ubuntu for coding? I can talk about Linux. I think Ubuntu is like just a choice, a sub-choice of Linux based on popularity. Linux, in my opinion, is slightly better for development because the tools are more mature. I guess that really depends on like what you're programming. Like if you're writing a Windows app, like Visual Studio is going to be a million times better than trying to make that work on Linux. But since like most production development, other than in enterprise, where Microsoft kind of dominates, most production development happens for Linux machines, and so POSIX or POSIX-like operating systems such as Linux or Mac OS are pretty popular for doing development there. I particularly pick Linux because I'm more familiar with the tools there, and it's also faster to do some development tasks, just because of the way the operating system is built. I pick Ubuntu because it was the first operating system I tried that worked. I don't really have a good reason for it. It also happened to be the same operating system that my previous work used and my current work uses, so I can translate some of my knowledge of Ubuntu to also help me at work. But I don't know. There's a bajillion Linux distributions, and I'm not going to try and get into arguments about which one you should or shouldn't use. But this this Azure pipeline stuff is pretty complicated, is what I'm noticing so far. But I want just like the Hello World version here. Yeah, I'm sure that's a pretty big question, but I like to hear opinions. Yeah. Well, now you have my reasons. Okay, so I'm gonna try and base it off of the PyTest Azure pipeline, and then just kind of go from there. But I'm gonna use this Python dot version. Actually, I'm probably gonna steal some stuff from the talks image and some stuff from the other one. Ensure the required Python versions is available. Oh, this use Python version must be something that's provided out of the box, I guess. Alright. First, I think I need to enable the pipeline for that repo. What does this button do? New pipeline. That's what I want. We're gonna try and add it to PyUpgrade. That's not what I wanted. And we're gonna do it on only selected repositories. Accept. Redirecting me around a lot. Configure your pipeline. Python package. Okay, we'll start with this, and I don't want to save and run, I don't think. I think I want to create a branch and do it that way. Hopefully it hasn't already done that for me, because I'll be a little sad. Trigger master. So what were we testing already in PyUpgrade? We're testing 2, 3.6, PyPy, and 3.8 dev. It's an interesting choice of things. Let's see, does Talks do 3.8 dev? Nightly Azure pipelines. For the exact versions of Python that are pre-installed, refer to the agents. To install, use the Python version task. Where's the, like, list of parameters? Available Python versions can be found here. No, so these are the only versions I can install. So I can't actually install 3.8 dev, at least not that way. But I can probably use Dead Snakes to do that. But anyway, I'm just gonna try and get 2.7 and 3.6 and 3.7 working. And PyPy, I guess. We'll leave it at that. Max parallel 4. Why would we not set that to the maximum? Max parallel Azure pipelines. Parallel jobs. Max parallel. Oh, I guess you only get one parallel job anyway, maybe? Oh, it says 4. We'll leave it at 4. Whatever. Okay, so we're copying this here. Tox-e. How do I get the task names? Matrix name? Oh, we can just do tox.env and then figure that out later. SSA/ASS renderer. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the term. Oh, is that the thing that was bringing in mPlayer for you? I see. Publish test results. Don't care about that. Publish. Don't care about this either. Right? Yeah, don't care about that. This is all YAML, right? So I don't need all these quotes. Maybe I need quotes up here, though. So we're gonna try just starting with this and see what that does. Oh, was I in master? No, I'm on a separate branch. Okay. Too many tabs. We're gonna close them now. Oh, I meant to make a release of this. Let me do that. Should be real quick. We're still at 0.0.0 versions because I'm not quite done with the features that I want. And when I'm done with the features that I want, then I'll make it 1.0. But until then, I will cower behind 0 version. So, I'm going to start closing this, so that's updated now. So I should have this branch now, and in theory it should be running Azure pipelines, but it seems like it's not. Maybe I need to actually press the button on this. Oh, I hope this doesn't commit to master. Be real salty about that. Commit directly to the master branch. Fucking sneaky. Don't touch my branches. Why am I switching CIs again? So Travis got bought by Idera, which is one of those companies where things kind of go to die, from what I've seen. Also, Idera just laid off a bunch of the Travis CI employees, and so it seems like there's a pretty high chance that Travis CI will not see new features or whatever for a while, or might itself go under. So I'm just I'm looking around. I'm hedging my bets. What are you mad about? Okay, so it does appear to be working, I guess. I'm hoping that I'll be able to use the matrix to also test Windows. My hope. Well, this failed. Oh, right. I typoed that. What are you doing? Okay. So this should have been talks.env. Although in theory, I think I could just use talks-e-pi, which will resolve to the current interpreter. No builds found. How do I cancel things? View build? No, that's not what I want. Rip Travis, yeah. but probably. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it failed. Cool. Look, it's me. Oh, I guess I didn't put coveralls on there. It's 420. Yes, it is. It is indeed 420. Sorry guys, got in the stream now because it's 420. No. That would be cruel. Why aren't you taking a bong rip? Yeah. Uh. mm, Sorry, I'm just clicking through my email while this is running. It does look like things worked though. No color. Hey, I was reading that. It ran the tests and it ran the get hooks. Whoa, 1:20 in the morning. Uh, well, happy early morning. Man, what time zone is that? That would have been plus 9 from where I'm at. So that England? Where in the world is it 1 a.m. now? See if Google's smart enough. Nope. Nope, not London, so further east. 122. So like Germany, I guess? Somewhere around there. I'm getting emails right now that AppBear and Travis CI are succeeding, so it's happening. Norway, nice. High five, Europe. Sorry it's so late. But hey, this worked, I guess, so that's cool. I didn't do coveralls yet. Let's see if coveralls supports Azure pipelines. Thank you, Sandriel, for following. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Every follow counts. So coveralls is using. Oh, this is coveralls.net. Let's see. Well, that didn't work. I don't know. Maybe coveralls will just work. Probably not though. Coveralls Python. Do you consider yourself a 10x engineer? Why stop at 10? I mean, I do more than my fair share of work, I think, maybe. But maybe not 10x. I don't know, that's kind of a weird question. 99x, yeah. Probably, right? Oh hey, this thing uses pre-commit. Neat. It looks like they're pretty far behind on stuff. But hey, they added new this matches nothing. Rip. Oops, this matches coveralls or coveralls or coveralls with a bunch of slashes. But anyway, coveralls Python. Well, I can just hook it up and see what happens, I guess. Now that we saw one of these succeed. Where did that go? Well, no, it didn't succeed. What? Oh, I think I remember seeing something for this in the talks pipeline. Condition not starts with. Oh, we can do that here. So then in theory I can do this. Well, now I got an email from Azure DevOps that says my build failed. So something's it's working, it's happening. Is it just overalls? Condition succeeded. Azure pipelines condition succeeded. On each step and job, you can specify the conditions under which the step or job will run, only when all previous tasks have succeeded, even if a task has failed, blah, 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 custom conditions. By default, steps and jobs run if all previous steps have succeeded. Okay, so I don't need a condition. This will probably fail because it'll need some API token, but I just want to see that it fails. I keep getting more and more emails from stuff. I use a really crappy keyboard. We actually talked about this earlier in the stream. I use a crappy keyboard because I destroy them all the time, and I'm used to working on it, but it is the Logitech K120, which is basically the cheapest keyboard you can buy. It sounds really loud, and I'm trying to damp it, so right now it's sitting on top of a t-shirt that's on my desk. The keys are really loud because I hit them hard. And unfortunately, I haven't tuned my mic enough to tune them out, so you'll hear my clackety-clack of my keyboard, unfortunately. But I also showed on stream earlier my mechanical keyboard that I own. Smug face. Let me get the photo of that. Where is it? Here it is. So I showed this earlier. This is my mechanical keyboard. It's 2 keys. Yeah, it's, I mean, maybe it's mechanical. It even says quiet typing, which is like hilarious. But yeah, this is my cheap $15 keyboard. Yeah, but yeah, this is my mechanical keyboard. Yeah, these keyboards probably don't last, or my keyboard probably doesn't last long because it's a cheap keyboard. And I should probably invest in a nicer keyboard. But then I guess I would need 2 then, because I would need one for work and one for home. But yeah, I should do that. Alright, so let's see. This one failed. Because coveralls failed. Not on Travis or Circle CI, you have to provide either a repo token. That's unfortunate. I have a Logitech G413. Oh, I've seen this keyboard before. I think someone at work has one of these. It's a pretty nice keyboard. Is the backlight customizable? Like, can you change the colors? Or is it always red? Ooh, it's aluminum. Fancy. Yeah, so it looks like coveralls is not going to work. I wonder how this works with Travis CI. Always red. Have you tried one of the ergonomic keyboards? So that's the other thing, is I cheat when I type. So like you're supposed to, touch T, G, and B with left hand and on a QWERTY keyboard, and Y, H, and N with your right hand. But my left pinky finger uses like probably goes all the way from like R to Y and like down to B. And unfortunately, like a lot of the ergonomic keyboards involve you like either splitting or having vertical hands, and like you actually have to touch type properly. But I cheat too much for them to be useful. I've tried them before. My couple friends at work have split keyboards or ergonomic keyboards, and they're nice, but I have to like think too hard about actually using the right hand. Yeah, so it looks like Coveralls doesn't support Travis or it doesn't support anything but Travis or Circle. So I'm just gonna like disable that for now. I could figure out how to set up like repo tokens for that, but I see no need. I type fast for a cheater. Yeah. Yes, I do type very fast, especially even for cheating. So I wonder if I can just I wonder how does this matrix work. It seems to me like Azure Pipelines is way more complicated than all the other ones. Matrix strategy, see below. For each string in the matrix, a copy of the job will be generated. String is the name. For each string2, a variable called string2 will be available on the job. I see. So I wonder if I can take this and move it down here, and then default it to something. Azure pipeline variable substitution. Like I know how to do with Bash, but I don't know how their variables syntax works. This is XML. I don't want to deal with XML. Please no. I don't even know how to Google for this. This is clearly not the page I want. Variables. This sounds more like what I want. Use a variable in YAML, wrap it in parentheses. Is there a way to like fall back? Defaults. Okay, that's all that it talks about for that. Like what I want to avoid is copying and pasting this over and over. I'm like trying to micro optimize this, I guess. Add-ons? Oh, if I want to like... Oh, actually, there was an example of this in this one, right? Where there was conditions? Yeah, here. If starts with... Or is it this file? No. It was this file? I see the problem, Azure. Yeah. I mean, you're probably not wrong. Parameters.os. Oh, because this is a parameter subset? So we'll try this, see how it goes. I can actually get rid of talks.m. Oh wait, no I can't, because I need it for PyPy. So I have no idea if this will work, but this is what we're gonna try. With Python 2.7 and 2.7, or 2.7 and 3.7 on Windows. I don't know if else is a thing, but we'll try it, see what happens. Oh, did I get rid of coveralls? Or is it just gonna fail again? Okay, I got rid of it. Cool. Have you figured out that I just made a build? Unrecognized value OS. Unrecognized value else. Oops. Oh shoot. Go back. Conditions. No, that's that. Expressions? Typecasting. Depending on the execution context, different variables are available. Oh, this sounds like what I want, maybe? Oh, less? So we'll try that. But how do you use the functions? This curly brace thing. OS. We don't have parameters. We have variables, maybe? Yes, we have variables. Let's try that. Oh, no. Didn't want amend, I just want to shim. Unrecognized value coalesce. Well, I copied it from your docs. Come on, man. Did I spell it wrong? Yes, I did. Hey, what's up? UC Suvacho? Vach 0? I don't know. How are you doing? Now what's wrong? Okay, that's the old build, right? Hey, it's building now. I have to play one game of Dota. How are you only gonna play one game? Oh look, it's running 4 in parallel now. That's cool. And it looks like it did pick up that this is Ubuntu. That seems problematic. But we'll ignore the PyPy ones, that's fine. Hey, 33 ASR. Thanks for following. Every follow counts. And then maybe read some Unix C book. Nice. Initialize agent. Which... Why is this running on Ubuntu? No. No. Clearly I did this wrong. This was supposed to be running on Windows, not on Ubuntu. But that didn't happen. Oh, you can't post links? I thought people could post links. Are you sure you can't post links? Yeah, you can post links. That worked. Oh. You're in the fun stuff. Oh, seccomp. Next you're gonna tell me about SE Linux, right? Maybe I need to use this syntax? Well, good luck in your Dota game. Travis CI and at there are just I guess I could put the skip comment. Travis CI skip commit message. Skip Travis. Okay, I'll put skip Travis and skip at there in my commit messages. Skip at there. Okay. I'll use that from now on so that I don't get all these Travis CI emails. Because I keep getting more and more. Close some more tabs. It seems like it's just kind of ignoring my request here. Which is kind of weird. This looks like the same syntax that we had before. Cool, and then VM image. Yeah, I don't. I could try and just put os.image in here, and maybe that's fine. I mean, I'm probably trying to be too clever here. Oh wait, this one still said OS Windows, so maybe that was the problem. No, this one's still that as well. So we'll try that. I wonder what happens if I remove max parallel. Does that just set it unbounded? Pi 27 should be Windows. Yes, you're right. Good catch. In Python, can you run a subprocess for a given amount of time, or do you set up a separate timer and kill it when it fires? So in Python 3, there's a new thing for this. You can use subprocess. So like if I did sleep, I don't know, 20, there's a timeout parameter. Set it to like 2. And then after 2 seconds, you'll get timeout expired. So this is one way to do it. But otherwise, you would, like if you're stuck in Python 2, you would do something like proc equals subprocess.popen sleep 20. Say timeout is equal to 2. While proc dot poll is none, so while it hasn't exited, if time.time is greater than start plus timeout, and do like a busy loop. Otherwise, we do proc.kill phase assertion error timed out. I think this will work. Where is this file exist? Oh, it's in PyUpgrade. I think this will work. Clearly not. If time.time is greater than start, is time.time not in seconds? Time.time. No, it's in seconds. Well, it's none. If what am I missing here? There's less than. Oh yeah, duh. Yeah, you're right. Less than rather than greater than. Thanks. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, this is how you can get a similar behavior in Python 2. It also happens to work in Python 3, but yeah, so that's how you would do it. A little bit more code than just timeout equals 2. But that's how you would do it. And Python 3 side process. I'll link you to the docs there. I guess it's only documented here, but there's timeout on there. Okay, so I didn't actually commit this. Hey, Henry Boudin, thank you for following. Every follow counts. Try with variable, and we'll do skip Travis and skip Vader so that it stops emailing me. So let's see how many parallel it tries to run this time. I wonder if it's like capped at 4 or if it can just kind of do as many as it can. So those 4 are running. There's 6 running. It looks like it will just kind of do all of them. That's cool. Why is it still Ubuntu? What am I doing wrong? I don't understand. Is there a way to like view the pipeline? Because it looks like it should work. But seems like no. Wait, what? This one worked. Did this one work? This one worked too. Oh, is this just bogus here? Have I just been like confusing myself the whole time and I didn't actually just check That's a little obnoxious. But this is really fast, so I'm pretty happy with that so far. Yeah, I guess I can look at the logs and see if it was working earlier. I still need to fix this. Let's see, let me look at the previous build. This one. No, it looks like this was still a bunch. Oh, well, I had a bug there. So is this working? No. This was running on Linux. That wasn't working, but this works, so that's good. And I think this is easy to fix. I just need to install setup tools. Which I'm surprised that setup tools is not already installed. Yeah, so I guess I'll start by installing pip setup tools and wheel. But actually, this isn't so bad. Like, I thought it was gonna be a little bit more complicated, but if this is all I need to do to make this work, then I'll and if it works, then I'll gladly switch. I forgot to add the files, so this commit did nothing. Let's see what this did. The UI is a little bit janky. Like, I wish it would just like put the last 4 lines here instead of bash exited with code 1. But seems fine. What the Oh, this is trying to install to the system Python. Okay, so that's not what I want. How does it work here? Oh, they have a variable. Let's see. So I'm gonna try this, and then I'll use Python as a variable everywhere. Actually, wait a minute. Why is this? This seems not right. Oh, I know what I can do. I don't actually care that Talks runs with PyPy. I just care that PyPy is installed. So I can just set 3.7 here. And then that should work. And then I probably don't need to upgrade pip. Fix PyPy again? Alright, we'll try this. Looks like it's working, so that's good. So I think this will be our first green build, which is exciting. And if it is, then I'll probably call the stream there. And so while this is running, I'll do my little spiel. So if you missed any part of the stream, you can catch the replays on YouTube. They'll be available at youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, which is in the description. And I usually try and upload those within, like, I don't know, 12 or so hours of the previous stream. But they'll usually be available like the next day. And so you can catch all the previous streams on there. Well, not all the previous streams. I've only been doing it for a couple, or I've only been uploading streams for a couple weeks onto YouTube. Although I've been streaming for a couple months now. But I've been making sure to record all the new streams. I usually announce my streams on Twitter before I do them, so if you want to follow me there, it's twitter.com/codewithanthony. Unfortunately, I don't have brand synergy, so rip me, I guess. And I'm trying to come up with a schedule for streaming. I'm gonna try and do the same time that I streamed today, but every Saturday. I usually stream a couple other days during the week, but those are not planned or like whenever I just feel like it. But hopefully I'll be able to consistently stream on Saturdays. That's, I think, all I've got for today. Thank you guys all for stopping by, and let's make sure this build goes green. Can I add you on LinkedIn? Maybe I'll fish some sweet Python offers. Send me a message on Twitter and we'll talk more about that. But it looks like this all succeeded, so I'm pretty happy with that. And it was pretty fast, like 2.5 minutes overall is, or is that how that works? I don't know how this works. Where's the timing? I don't know, but it seemed pretty fast, and so I'll probably be investigating replacing my CI with this. But thank you all for stopping by, and have a good one.